Right. Okay. Welcome to the closed session portion of the city council meeting. I am calling this meeting to order. The time is now 5:01 p.m. Madam Clerk, can you please take roll call?
Councilmember Gama.
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez. Here. Councilmember Perez.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez. Mayor Pro Tem Martinez, can you please state for the record that you are present? Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
For the audience, Mayor Pro Tem Martinez is on Zoom tonight.
Okay. I don't know, do you want to move forward or do you want to wait for
I
confirmation?
think we can move forward.
Okay. And Mayor Rollins.
Here. We will now hear public comments. Any comments from those participating on Zoom, we would like to ask you to use the raise your hand feature so we can call on you at the appropriate time. Staff will unmute your mic and you'll have 3 minutes to provide comments. Madam Clerk, does anyone have any public comment tonight?
Forward, or do you want to wait for
I think we can move forward.
Okay. And Mayor Rollins.
Here. We will now hear public comments. Any comments from those participating on?
Okay, that was feedback from.
Okay.
So there are several public comments. We'll take the in-person comments first, and then we'll.
Yeah, I'd like to take the public comments of the people who are in the audience first.
This is like Tama Fig.
Good evening, Mayor, fellow council members, City Manager. This isn't personal, you know that. I don't know you, but I do have a few points that I would like to bring up, both speaking for myself and from employees that fear retaliation, and so they're afraid to say anything. My 40-year tenure with the city has left me with a lot of friends. First, I would like to say that the city, because of the current management, has lost a lot of institutional knowledge because people have left. There's a lot of other people that will be leaving shortly because of poor morale. The hiring choices, I think, have been fairly obvious, with the city manager having a federal military background and not understanding of a municipal government. And there's been a lot of upheaval in several of the different positions, finance especially, late budgets, late audits. And this has been allowed to continue, not understanding, again, how a city is run. Certainly it's run a lot differently than the federal military. There was a vote of no confidence by the employees. That right there should tell you something, and the council failed to act on that. You need to listen to your employees because, again, they're leaving and they're not happy. Certainly unavailable to the public. I know when I called because I had a public safety issue, the mailbox was full for the city manager. I couldn't even leave a message. And there again, I was told it was because of COVID and poor staffing. Still a problem if the city manager isn't clearing his mailbox for the public. Late budgets and audits, I've already mentioned that. Also, I just recently heard that having to do with the signs that were pulled at Park Avenue. I was here when those signs were put up. I know the entire history. It wasn't something that was temporary. I don't know if you ever went back and looked and bothered to look at the staff reports. That's not the issue why it was done. I feel like there's a lack of understanding of city history and going back. And again, I don't know if that's just poor management or what. So in closing, all I would say is that I would urge the city manager to be replaced and the council to please look for somebody with deep municipal roots that understands how to hire, retain, and run a city and not the military. Thank you.
Next person.
Tracy,
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City Manager. My name is Tracy Sisson Phillips, and I reside at 1793 North Fifth Street. I implore you, do not vote to terminate Mr. Connor's employment agreement, or at least defer this item to a future meeting closer to the end of his current employment contract. I do not for the life of me understand why you would choose to do this now, less than 3 weeks before the election. How selfish and arrogant of you to make this decision when up to 3 of you could not be reelected. Consider, if you will, how you would feel if you were on the other side of the dais right now, and part of the reason you were running for office was because of Mr. Connors. I am sure those of you that support early dismissal of Mr. Connors have your reasons, and by the terms of his contract, I know he does serve at the pleasure of the council, meaning no reason needs to be provided. And I know that there are residents who support this as well. And I respect those reasons. And I would suspect they also, some, do not consider what impacts this impetuous action will have not only in the short term, but in the long run for our little city. Fiscal impacts. The monetary value may be small, but it's a mismanagement of funds nonetheless. And those fiscal impacts do compound over time. Impacts to existing staff. Workload for the person who was chosen as interim. Morale. And please, I know last time this happened, we did appoint chief of police as interim. We know that situation, and that person's focus, whether they're current or interim, is to focus on law enforcement and the safety of the residents. Impacts to the community, disruption and continuity of service to residents, delayed execution of current plans. Not to mention, this just puts us back at the laughingstock of the county. It wasn't that much long ago, and I'm sure some of you do remember those days when we were the laughingstock. It doesn't seem to me the council is putting the best interests of the city forward, of which you were elected to do, by taking this proposed action. Whoever spawned this idea should be ashamed of themselves for allowing their personal bias to get in the way of the operation of the city. A classic display of narcissism if I have ever seen one. Please do not vote to dismiss Mr. Connors. Thank you.
Anthony Volante,
Mr. Mayor, City Council members, my name is Anthony Volante, and I've lived in this city for 32 years. It's been a long time since I've been before the City Council. And I sat up there 12 years as mayor and council member. This is a critical time for our city. I need my glasses. And the City Council. We are losing one of the finest leaders, our police chief, Andrew Salinas, who has erected one of the most outstanding hometown police departments in the county. I am now urging this council to continue supporting Brick Connors as our city manager. Brick was hired at the right time to build stability. In working along with this council, he's still the right person to be our city manager. He brought you forward during 2 years of COVID. He also filled in for the finance director while that position was vacant. Brick has the respect of his staff, our police department, and his peers throughout the county. He works well with the harbor commissioners. He is good in negotiating with the unions. He also worked very well with Naval Base Ventura County. After all, he was the commander of Naval Base Ventura County. He received many accolades from his admirals. I know because I was at his retirement. Brick was a top gun for the Navy, and he's also a top gun as the city manager for our beautiful city. Connors is a great administrator. He has provided clear leadership. He is the true sense a top professional. Some words to describe him are honesty, integrity, trustworthy, dedicated, qualified, competent, and a person with great character, whom I have the knowledge of knowing. I strongly ask this council, without any reservation, to continue supporting Brick Connors as city manager. Thank you.
Tom Fiala.
Hello. I don't have anything prepared because I don't prepare for anything when I public speak. So I'm just going to wing this. As a lot of you know, I'm running for city council, and I've had the pleasure meeting Brick and much of the staff in this building. And I have to be honest with you, speaking with Brick, I can honestly say he actually cares about the city. So I think it's very suspect that this is happening now. But regardless, I'm sure Brick and I do not have the same ideology political wise, but I can honestly say he actually cares for the city, and he actually cares about his job. He cares about the people that he works for. Like I said, I've got an opportunity to meet a lot of the staff here, and everyone's great. I've met most of the city council members, not all of them, but most of them, and everyone's great. Everyone's very nice. So I understand maybe his background in the military, and I'm ex-military myself. He was an officer, I was enlisted, so I took orders from people like him. That it is a tough transition sometimes to go from the military to civilian life, so I understand that. But I can honestly say that he is an honest person, a trustworthy person, and someone that truly cares about his job and doing it correctly. I'm not going to waste any more of your time, so thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Scott Madelon.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. I'm here as my individual self tonight. As you guys know, I work for the city, and I've had the pleasure of working almost the last 3 years under City Manager Connors. And I just wanted to share some personal thoughts I had with you, being one of the city employees who's worked with Brick. I want to take you back to kind of the beginnings when he first entered into a city here. I think he got here somewhere around February, and in March we had what is known as the biggest global pandemic in our time. And I just want to share some thoughts with you working directly with him at that time. And I learned about his leadership style and how the city of Port Hueneme positioned itself during COVID that put us at the end of COVID in a interestingly much better spot than we were going into it. And that only happens when you have a leader who's dedicated to the process and sticks with what he knows is right, and shows all of the folks who work with him every day that the way that he's doing it has a real result. I don't know if many of you know, but we did make national news during COVID for the opportunities that we took to open up our beach while other cities were closing. We actually put cones out, and it's through the leadership of our city manager, along with our police chief and all of the folks that work with him, that allowed the opportunity for us to actually excel when others were closing. We had multiple business outreaches, and in fact, at the time, we actually took all the businesses and put them together on a big list where folks could go and they could log into our emergency website and find resources that they could use in the city. I was one who was tasked with building that website, so I clearly understand what his vision was. I also know Brick to be a very compassionate leader with me and the folks who work in my area, especially. We have never had a PIO website put together that actually highlighted accomplishments and the good things that the folks do in the city that then get disseminated back to you and the public with those things that you may not hear about, with all of the projects going on at the beach, at the parks, internally. I would remind you that when he came in, we rebuilt the infrastructure just within this building in the PD. We heard comments about budget earlier. When he came in, he ordered a budget that was late all of the time. It wasn't accurate. he took all of those inconsistencies and built a long-term budget that's sustainable that was presented to council. A general master plan, a parks master plan, IT master plan, the PIO website that I just spoke of. Partnering with the police department, we've had the lowest crime rate in the history of Port Hueneme under his leadership. Partnering with the police department and all of the folks who work here at the city, because we're all tasked to do the same thing, which is to bring our services at the highest level to the residents who live here. So I just ask that you bring those comments with you when you discuss closed session item number 3, and thank you for the time tonight.
Charles Peretz.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. For the record, Charles Peretz, Deputy City Manager. As an employee that works closely with the City Manager, I wanted to share just a few brief comments for your consideration as you go into closed session and consider item C. Brick came to the City of Port Hueneme with extensive experience in key aspects of organizational management, including finance, human resources, operations, and technology. His knowledge in these areas afforded him to have a fresh perspective and take a look at the city and identify opportunities to enhance service delivery. Within the first year and a half of his employment, several important planning documents were completed. These include the city's strategic plan, the Information Technology Master Plan, Recreation and Parks Master Plan, and the General Plan. Brick is a strategic and collaborative leader. He created employee committees with representatives from all city departments to participate in the development and completion of tasks in the fulfillment of the strategic plan for the city. He has been consistent in his emphasis on project management, budget oversight, and employee accountability. During his time here, Brick has led the organization by focusing on improving operational efficiencies with data and technology, with the goal of maximizing the quality of services provided to our citizens. Thank you.
Laura Hernandez.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, and staff. I come to you tonight as a resident of Port Hueneme. I want to express my disfavor and disappointment in any proposed change in leadership at this time. My main issue is the timing of this decision. I think it's a poorly timed decision that will be both disruptive and costly to the city in the long run and in the short term. I do not support a change in city leadership at this time. The dismissal of our city manager will have a destabilizing effect on the city when people are still recovering from COVID and the uncertainty that came along with the pandemic. A change in leadership will cause further uncertainty and confusion for our residents at a time when people are already burdened with rising costs and gas prices and the cost of living. People are struggling to put food on their plate. They enjoy our city parks right now. Our city parks program is going to be delayed. We will become, because of this decision, if it gets approved tonight, city services will come to a halting stop. While not clearly apparent to all city employees or residents, our county just went through 2 County Board of Supervisors, where we now have a new one who we're trying to establish a working relationship with. And how does it appear to the county and to all of the other stakeholders that we work with when we have this destabilizing and confusing impact to the city? I think that this proposed action and disruption shows the City Council is out of touch with the needs of the community. So we are likely to see, if this decision gets approved tonight, delays in implementation of city projects, as I mentioned, such as the Parks Master Plan, including the Bubbling Springs Restoration Project and other park improvements. If people think that things are moving slow now, wait until we dismiss our city manager. Things will come to a halting stop, as I said. The search and hiring of new police chief will also suffer delays and not get the attention it needs. The city manager was hired to turn our city around, something that requires patience and can be expected to draw the ire of those resistant to change. Taking this action before an election when we may have a newly elected council is short-sighted and undoubtedly will have some unforeseen consequences. Oxnard was recently given the name the friendliest city. And what happened to our motto, the friendliest city by the sea? How can we even introduce a new brand and a name change when this action is taking place? I believe the time is wrong and the direction is wrong for any change in our leadership. Thank you.
Mayor, that's the end of the public comments in person, but I have several written public comments.
Okay.
Let's begin to read now. The first one is from Mark F. McLernan. Thank you for giving me a way for my voice to be heard. I have written to you in the past on a few occasions. Last year, I wrote to you on my concerns about Mr. Connor's lack of previous municipal experience and the employees' union letter of no confidence. So this week, I was pleased to see that the city manager is being considered for removal. This is welcome news. We need a new city manager that serves the city well. We need a city manager that is experienced. We need a city manager that improves city morale and respects its residents. Mr. Connors does not seem to be a good fit for our beautiful city. I assume that the city manager will corral as many of his supporters as possible to speak well of him. His actions over his tenure should speak louder than any individuals, including myself. What does he have to show for his years here? Not much except potential lawsuits against the city. We need good leadership, we need experience, and we need a city manager that is a uniting force. Let his actions over the last few years speak for themselves. He lacks the right experience. I am a long-term resident, I am a voting constituent, and I'm hopeful that you relieve Mr. Connors of duty and bring in a qualified individual that can set the city on the right course. Ms. Perez, Ms. Hernandez, Mr. Martinez, and Mr. Gama, and Mayor Rollins, you have set us up on the right course by putting him up for removal. Please see it through and bring in a qualified city manager. Sincerely, Mark F. McLernan. The next comment is from Pamela Jo Waddell. Dear City Council, I've lost sleep. My City Council, for the most part, has done me and my city right. I see progress around concerns I have as well as those I hear from my neighbors and friends. For example, there are plans to clean up the creek in Bubbling Springs after years of watching it become a rotting atrocity, and there are funds to be allocated in the progress of renovating to code and reopening the museum, what is sure to be a treasure in our city. There are just some of the items on the general plan that are moving forward. Granted, slowly, but that is how it works with city governments and corporations. It can be frustrating, but it is understood. However, today on the closed session agenda, there is an item of concern. I obviously don't have the facts surrounding the motivation for this item since it is under city and council privilege. But why is there a need to fire a city manager just 3 months short of when an employee contract can be terminated? 30 days prior to expiration in February 2023, less than a month before an election. We as a city, state, and nation are just starting to heal from a pandemic that changed the landscape of how we work and live in a way that, frankly, we are still trying to fully understand. Making rash decisions that will likely create drama at a time when we are still healing is irresponsible and short-sighted. While I understand that our city manager may be dismissed without cause, he will get paid until the end of his contract. And you are shorting staff in a government that already has limited bandwidth and personnel, including the forthcoming departure of our police chief. How is this responsible representation? What is pushing this item to make it so urgent, weeks before an election? I don't think the voters are lost to such a move and I make this plea as a cautionary tale to those not just up for re-election now, but for those in the future. I ask that you think about the long-term solutions and the momentum already in motion. This seems out of place and reckless, if not just ill-planned. It is not an answer, regardless of the issues driving it. What it says is that you don't care that I don't want my tax money spent on severance packages or the disruption of my city's workings. Please look hard at yourselves and consider how this reflects on your representation of your constituents. It isn't transparent at all. I don't see the merit, and I'm sure I'm not alone. Sincerely, Pamela Jo Waddell, resident and registered voter of Port Hueneme. And the next comment is from Joan Tharp. Dear Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members, I was surprised to see that two of the closed session items for the meeting October 17th addressed the termination of the city manager and the assignment of an interim manager. While I understand that the council can terminate the city manager's contract for no cause, and I don't know if this is the case or if there is cause for termination, my concern is that there are only 4 months left in this employee's contract. My understanding based on the contract is that the employee will receive severance pay that would be, based on my reading of the contract, no less than $60,000. In addition, I assume that the interim city manager would also receive similar compensation for the 4 months he or she would serve. I am not privy to how egregious the city manager's performance may or may not have been, but I question whether it is worth spending the city's money on both the severance pay and the salary for the interim manager. Why not let the current city manager serve out the rest of the contracted term? Best regards, Joan Tharp. The next comment is from Will Berg. Mayor Rollins, honorable council members, city attorney, and city manager. As a resident of Port Hueneme for more than 20 years and former council member, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to comment on the job performance of City Manager Brad Connors. In my professional career, I have experienced years of reporting directly to elected boards prior to joining the council. It can be both a frustrating and rewarding process. I can appreciate your position and responsibility as elected officials as well as Mr. Connors as your direct hire. It takes superhuman dedication, organization, and leadership skills to effectively navigate the, at times, wishes and desires of 5 dedicated individuals whose only interest, as they see it, is the overall benefit of the entire community and not just their particular neighborhood's desires. It's not unusual that 5 council members can unanimously vote for an action for 5 different and at times conflicting motivations. Go figure, but it's true as I can only assume you are learning daily. In my opinion, I believe Brad Connors is without exception the finest city manager in Ventura County. During the interview and hiring process, he stood head and shoulders above several other excellent candidates. Finding the right individual among so many good choices was not an easy task until Mr. Connors walked in. He was and remains motivated, dedicated, and committed to making the city of Port Hueneme the very best community it can be. Sometimes this means encountering opposition, and when this has happened, he has consistently demonstrated the delicate art of accommodation while simultaneously pushing the best interests of the community forward. This takes commitment, finesse, and a focus on the ultimate community benefit. Sometimes not all council members may agree, and that's to be expected, but in the end, most can and do come around to understanding the value in having that consistent voice that melds the best interests of the council with the community. Mr. Connors is a strong administrative leader enjoying the respect and support of a staff of over 200 individuals representing public safety and the SEIU. He has effectively worked to combine the interests of the port, the base, and the city, maintaining open and free communications with all. He continues to enhance these relationships while building a solid financial base for Hueneme's future. I would recommend the council retain Mr. Connors for as long as it possibly can. The next comment is from Steve Kinney, Honorable City Council. I'm writing in support of the excellent work Brick Connors has done and is doing as our city manager. I have 2 perspectives to comment from, one as a professional member of the city team and one as a 25-year resident of Port Hueneme. So I have 1 foot inside City Hall and 1 outside, so to speak. From either vantage point, I have to compliment his work. Internally, he has provided clear leadership in guiding the reassembly and enhancement of the systems every organization needs to operate efficiently and purposefully, starting primarily with budget and financial systems, but also including HR and technology functions. Because of the internal improvements made and being made under Brick, you and the community are experiencing ever more efficient and effective service delivery from a small city government. He has instilled a sense of discipline and professionalism, leading by example that is paying off for our residents on a daily basis. In my career since coming to California, I have worked with 9 different city managers, and Brick sets the standard for excellence among all of them. As a resident, I take pride in the growing reputation of Port Hueneme as a well-run city. After enduring many years of jokes and snide comments at the city's expense, and a well-run city only comes about when there is a tag team effort by the council and the manager. You have succeeded in reigning in the chaotic period of a few years back and have installed a manager who is respected by his peers throughout the county and who is building stability in the organization which can benefit the city for years to come. Given Brick's distinguished background and high personal values, I consider myself fortunate to be working with him professionally, and as a resident, I consider our small city fortunate to be the beneficiary of his leadership. Please exercise your judgment wisely and keep your winning team in place. Respectfully, Steve Kenny. The next comment is from Beverly Kelly. To my mind, firing a city manager is as much a failure of leadership on the part of the city council as it is for the city manager. In fact, it is even more so. Since the city manager is responsible for hundreds of employees, but the council is only responsible for one. It is your job to set up a rubric of tasks you want the city manager to accomplish and to evaluate his or her progress on a regular basis. I doubt that specific criticisms you are leveling against the city manager have anything to do with that rubric. Things are not pleasant at the moment. You are all getting heat from both the residents and candidates challenging the incumbents. I get that. It's difficult to hear. The fact that a whopping 5 additional to incumbents individuals are running should tell you not all is well in voterland. But rather than getting defensive, see this as a wake-up call. Instead, some of you are shopping for a scapegoat, trying to shift the blame instead of taking the opportunity to grow as leaders. It's always disheartening to eventually learn that serving the public is a thankless job, especially when citizens who know little or nothing about how municipal government works are quick to lay blame. Now for the hard part. Please ask yourself, how am I any different from them? Now, that is not to say that the public never has the legitimate gripes, but isn't it your job to find out? Only with sufficient data can you make good policy, and that's your job, not the city manager's. It's you who is supposed to have a vision for the future. I'm asking you to do that right now. Look ahead. What makes you think that things will improve with the new city manager? You can't even fill all the jobs that are now open at the city. It's not just the pay, it's just as much about morale. City employees are frustrated by having to do their own jobs as well as to cover for the vacant positions. Your present city manager may have areas in which to improve. That's what the rubric is for, but the staff both respects and works their butts off for him. Finally, if you really want to be taken seriously as a leader, show some understanding, if not empathy. It has taken a long time to recover from the Fig and Hensley years when so many experienced city workers left. Then COVID hit, and we are all still recovering from that. And third, admittedly, most of you are still learning on the job and not operating at peak efficiency either. Please give the city manager the same kind of patience, consideration, and grace you readily expect for yourselves. Karma will handle the rest. Next comment is from Diane Anderson. My name is Diane Anderson. I live in Hueneme Bay, and I am the treasurer for the association. It has been brought to my attention that the city council is seeking to terminate the city manager, Brad Connors. It is also my understanding that he has performed his duties appropriately and met all his performance objectives. If there may be disagreements or personality clashes between members of the city council and the city manager, that does not constitute a valid reason to fire him, costing the taxpayers upwards of $100,000 or more. The city has enough problems without spending more money on unnecessary issues. The council members expect their constituents to abide by all their laws, rules, and regulations, but don't seem to care about their fiduciary duty to spend wisely. Wasting money on changing an employee so close to the contract expiration and wasting money on a new search seems thoroughly counterproductive to your duties and responsibilities to the residents of Port Hueneme. I'm well aware of the fact that the city has not performed their responsibility of carrying and maintaining the city medians and pop-outs in our community, all the while expecting us to maintain our grounds, and we do. So why is it okay to enforce rules, regulations, and laws for us, but you don't have to abide by them? You have a budget. Don't you properly budget for your responsibilities? I hope you will consider what is best for the city as a whole and not what the personal agenda of each of you may be. You are on the council to serve our city. Thank you, Diane Anderson. The next comment is from Juliet. My name is Juliet, and I understand that the general manager's employment is being reviewed tonight in closed session item C. I do not know the circumstances that have led to a consideration for discipline, dismissal, release of Mr. Brad Connors, and can only speak to my own experience. While sitting on the City of Port Hueneme Citizen Advisory Council, I experienced Mr. Connors misreporting my action and vote to the City Council. Simply stated, I was thrown under the bus. I immediately took issue with Mr. Connors and met with him privately, along with Peer Commissioner Stephen Auclair, to ask him to correct his public statement. Mr. Connors made a private apology, and I asked that since he made this grossly inaccurate statement in a public meeting, that his apology to me should also be made to me during a public meeting. To my surprise, he did make this apology during the next city council meeting. I accepted and appreciated his apology and moved forward. If this situation of his inaccurate recount of my action as a commissioner was a one-time occurrence and faux pas, then it should be accepted as that, a one-time occurrence. If this is a part of a pattern of behavior and I am not privy to such knowledge, then I can understand and respect the council wishing to review Mr. Connor's contract and make whatever decision it feels is appropriate. As I said, I do not know of the circumstances for this review, but can only speak to the sole situation that I experienced and hope that it was an isolated situation. I have worked well with Mr. Connor since that incident and will watch the meeting to see if more is explained and what decision is made. Kindly, Juliet. Next comment from Kim Reinhardt. In a review of the agenda for tonight's city council meeting, there is an item for the closed door session pertaining to the discipline, dismissal, release of the city manager, Mr. Brad Connors. There are only a few months left on his contract, and to dismiss him now for seemingly no reason would be a flagrant waste of money. There have been no reports or indications that Mr. Connors has not met his performance objectives, so a dismissal at this time seems an abuse of power, and the optics point more to fragile egos on the council than to a lack of confidence in his ability to continue doing his job for the remainder of his contract. The city would be required to pay severance, and while the sum is not extraordinary, it certainly would not look good to the community that the council feels that $60,000 plus is better spent on this lump sum payment than to use that money towards the greater good of the community. The very real truth is that the council members voting on this item tonight may no longer be on the council once the elections are over, and whatever personality issues that are causing this knee-jerk reaction may in fact be resolved by the community. A change in leadership, even under favorable conditions, causes a disruption in projects, a negative shift in employee morale, and creates an opportunity for speculation of scandal, which is simply something the city does not need. Although the city manager is an at-will position, competent leaders will not want to work for a council that terminates an employee on a whim with no reason or regard. Mr. Connor signed a contract and has performed the duties of said contract, and he should be allowed to continue until the end of his agreed term. If the council feels Mr. Connors is not the right fit for the future of the city, then the council may choose to not extend his contract at the appropriate time. I respectfully urge the council to step back and reevaluate what is a good use of the city's money and what is in the best interest of the community and not their personal agendas. Kim M. Reinhardt. Next comment is from Don Hamilton. Dear members of the Port Hueneme City Council, I write to urge the council not to approve the dismissal of our city manager, Mr. Brad Connors. This self-serving and myopic action would cost the city a tangible amount in terms of paying a severance, and less obviously, but arguably worse, a very real intangible cost of damage to the reputation of the city as a fair and desirable place to work. Further, this action would stop progress on capital improvement projects, such as the Parks Master Plan, delay hiring a new police chief, halt labor negotiations with the Port Hueneme POA, and disrupt the work of city staff while simultaneously increasing frustration and uncertainty and undermining morale. Port Hueneme City Council should want to make sure that the city will continue to attract highly qualified candidates to come to work here in the future. Does it not make sense, then, to exercise restraint in this matter? An organization that manages staff in this manner will cease to attract quality talent and will soon have much bigger challenges to contend with because of the inevitable ineptitude of the people who will deign to apply for the position. If the city council employs reason and it allows Mr. Connors to work out his contract, thank him for a job well done and move forward in the process of choosing a new city manager. There is a much higher chance of attracting highly qualified, desirable candidates for the position who will be able to trust that policies and processes will be followed, and they should have no fear of being dismissed out of hand simply because they are not liked by one or more members of council. A council who summarily dismisses employees due to political or personal differences is not to be trusted, and those members who are in favor of this action will hopefully find themselves in a similar situation of being fired by the citizens of the city, who have an expectation that the council will not engage in behavior and actions that will open the city up to accusations of unfairness or even possible litigation. This is an obvious and pointed attempt by some on the council to remove someone who refuses to act as a sycophant and bow to their whim. Why, when he is meeting all performance objectives? This has apparently been their goal for some time, and to take this action so close to an election is unseemly at best. If the council is unhappy with Mr. Connor's performance, then the reasonable solution is to decline to renew his contract in a mere 4 months. It is fiscally irresponsible to pay the lump sum severance, and the move will engender a sense of negativity towards the city, especially when the situation can be remedied in a short time. I urge council to do what they were elected to do, which is to put their own personal feelings aside and act in the best interest of the city and not take this action of dismissal. Respectfully, Don Hamilton. As I don't see any hands raised on Zoom, that concludes public comments.
Is there anybody out in the audience that wants an opportunity to speak at this time? Okay. So now Mr. City Attorney, can you please read the closed session items into the record?
Absolutely, Mayor Rollins. There are 4 items on the closed session tonight. The first one is conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The agency designated representatives are listed on the agenda, and the employee association is the Port Hueneme Police Officers Association. The second item of business is conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, Subdivision C2. There is significant exposure to litigation based upon specific facts and circumstances between the city of Oxnard and the city of Port Hueneme, which relate to disputed amounts for wastewater treatment services. There is one potential case. The third item of business is public employee discipline dismissal release pursuant to Government Code Section 54957 Subdivision B1, title City Manager. And the last item of business is public employee appointment for pursuant to the same Government Code section with the addition of 54954.5 Subdivision E, and that is for appointment of city manager or interim thereof.
Does any council members have any conflicts to disclose for the listed closed session agenda items?
Yes, Mayor, I have a conflict with item number 1 due to potential spousal income. My brain just,
Okay.
sorry.
Okay, so council will now recess to the closed session. The time is now 5:44. Thank you all for coming out to voice your thoughts on this very critical decision. I just want to say I want to apologize to everybody who's in the audience. We have a lot of really big issues to discuss, so it is now 6:55, and I'm calling this to order. Please stand and join us in the flag salute. Councilperson Perez, can you lead us in the flag salute?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Inspiration.
Okay. Do you want to just forego it? Okay. In the semblance of time to get through this tonight, Councilman Perez has opted not to do the inspiration. So that's inspirational. So, Mr. City Attorney, please provide the closed session report.
In closed session, we were joined in person by Mayor Pro Tem Martinez, who attended, who will be rejoining this meeting remotely. His address and location is posted on the agenda in conformity with the government code, and he will be rejoining via Zoom from the teleconference location. Council heard the first item of business, which was labor negotiations with POA. There was no reportable action during that agenda item. Then council, by majority vote or unanimous vote, opted to defer the three remaining agenda items till the end of this meeting, at which time it will be heard in closed session. And if a reportable action is taken, I will publicly report it out at the end of the night.
Okay. So at this time, Madam Clerk, can you please take roll call?
Councilmember Gama.
Yes, I'm here.
Councilmember Hernandez. Here. Councilmember Perez.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez. Mayor Pro Tem Martinez, can you hear us?
Aye.
Okay.
He will not be attending, Mayor Pro Tem, until he reaches his teleconference location,
Oh, okay.
because he is not.
So
Mayor Rollins.
yes, just so you know, Mayor Pro Tem is going to be participating in the meeting to Zoom, but he has to be in an exact location when he does that. And so when that happens, we'll make that known to everybody. Okay. We will now hear general comments not pertaining to items on the agenda. Any comments from those participating in Zoom? Would like to ask you to use your raise your hand feature so we can call on you during the appropriate time. This will be the same process for comments pertaining to each agenda item as well. Staff will unmute your mic and you will have 3 minutes to provide comments. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments tonight?
We do have a public comment from Sylvia Munoz-Schnapp.
Okay. Do we have any, okay, very good.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm Sylvia Munoz-Schnapp, and it's a different feeling standing behind the podium than sitting at the dais that I was at for 12 years. But I'm here to speak about the closed session. And I'm sorry I couldn't make it earlier as you started at 5 p.m. But I wanted just to reflect back on the time frame that I had working with Brad Connors here. And I just want to let you know that he is a man of superior quality, that he is a champion, that he was hired to do exactly what he had done when I was here, and that he continues to do, and that is to really be a champion for the community, to look at resources, to look at opportunities, to ensure then relationships with key partners in the area. He's a man of integrity, and he served here not only in this capacity as city manager, but he served in the community as the commanding officer of Naval Base. And so I'm here to say that I fully support what Brick has done, and I would hope that you would agree to the same as you go back into closed session. Thank you.
Carlos Botello.
Good evening. I wanted to talk about an issue that is still unresolved, which is issue 1053, which I was able to report through your guys' porthole.
Could you speak up just a bit?
Yes, I'm here to talk about unresolved issue 1053, which I reported through your guys' City Hall porthole. I'm just going to read you a little bit about what it is that concerns me. I wrote Leland Baxter recently, so let me go ahead and tell you what I wrote him. I'm following up on an unresolved issue concern I reported on 3/27/2022 via the City of Port Hueneme porthole. As a resident, this concern is very important. I try to keep my little part of the neighborhood beautiful, and when I must, I'll go down to the end of Myrna Drive to pick up the trash and sweep off the mud along the greenbelt. It's all I can do. When it comes to issue 1053, I need help. Yesterday, I spoke with a city employee, Alfredo, who was doing a remarkable job of trimming trees along the greenbelt and East Scott Street. Alfredo was nice enough to answer my question, but what I really need is your help, Mr. Baxter. I decided to include some recent pictures. I didn't bring any today. But anyway, if you go to issue 1053 in your porthole, you'll see it. They're pictures of Seaside Motel and apartment shot from Surfside Drive. I invite you to see the situation firsthand. This way you'll understand my concern. May I humbly request that the trash and the unsafe bridge along the backside of Seaside Motel and apartment be removed, please. Also, who could I reach out to and ask why the property management of Seaside Motel and Apartments allow the occupants to remove the fencing to create an opening on the side of the greenbelt, make an unsafe bridge to enter the property via the greenbelt, throw trash out the windows into the greenbelt, and graffiti the back of the building. Your assistance is greatly appreciated by the many residents who enjoy the beauty of Bubbling Springs Greenbelt. And that's what I'm here to talk about and see if we can resolve this issue.
Okay.
Your help would be greatly appreciated.
Okay, we've heard your concern, and that
You referenced 1053. Was that a request number through the GoGov or?
It was through the City of Port Hueneme porthole under the under
Hueneme?
one of the categories that you guys have listed to put a concern in.
The webpage has an issues portal. That's what you're describing, sir. We'll get back to you.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
I don't see any comments on Zoom, and I don't have any more oh, I'm sorry, Jess Gutierrez.
Mr. Mayor and council members, I'm Jess Gutierrez. I've been a resident of Port Hueneme for approximately 20 years, 11 years at Surfside 3 apartments and condos, and 10 years more recently in the Hideaway, which is a few blocks from here. As a Vietnam veteran, combat veteran, and as a parole agent, I learned some things very important in my life, and that is that we all have to be responsible for our actions. We need to never leave anybody behind. You always have their backs, and you cannot do everything on your own, that you need to work with others. And that's the reason I'm here today in behalf of the Hideaway owners and some renters. If you're here from the Hideaway, can you please stand up? Thank you. And the problem we have is that, not a problem, but it is a problem, but I'll get to that. We're talking about a change in the CCRs to change the percentage of renters from 35 approximately we have right now to 25. And the reason for that, or reasons for that, has been very, very well documented by laws from Adams and Sterling, where you can go and get all the information on all the ordinances and laws. And it's already documented that the more renters come into your condos or whatever the structures are, the property values go down. We also know, first let me say, we're not against renters, okay? We see you as partners. Port Hueneme has 9 units in the Hideaway, and they're our neighbors. When I left today, you know, these are the last part of the condos. They're being painted. They didn't skip the renters. They're all treated like citizens. They live there like the rest of us. But when you get too many renters, such as the Hideaway, such as the Surfside 3, where I lived there for 11 years, which was beautiful. Later on, if you've been here in Hueneme long enough, you've seen what has happened to the, let me finish here very quickly. You've seen what has happened to the Surfside 3. 60% renters. By the time I left, there were murders in there. There were people that were just not conducive to that family structure. Okay, we don't want that to happen. If you look at what's happened to the Surfside 1 and Surfside 4, you know, their HOA fees are going up high, very, very high. Why? Because they can't keep up, because there's too many renters and not enough property owners. We don't want that to happen. We're at a 75, 78% good as far as our funds. The others can't say that. We see you as partners, and the problem we have, we've met with you since representatives from the city housing authority since March regarding this new law that we want change.
You're probably going to need to wrap it up.
Yes, but we didn't hear anything officially to try to deal with this problem with us, too many renters, until October the 7th, since March. Okay, you got the ballots now? Please, we're looking for your support to support us as partners. We're not your enemy, we're partners. We're together in this thing. And anybody that's there already is going to be grandfathered. Nobody's going to be kicked out.
So we're going to refer that to staff, the housing manager, to discuss that.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. That particular issue, we've been in communication. It is, the analysis is ongoing with our housing director and our city attorney.
So you have, and other members of the community have brought it to our attention. So
Yes.
they're working on.
Yes. And the final thing I want to say, is you have to look into the problem of the ARBs. There's too many ARBs, even in our units now, that are bypassing the rules and the laws of the city. You're losing out on tax revenue.
Okay.
And that's a serious problem that I know Mrs. Hernandez knows a lot about that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I'm going to clarify that for council real quick. I've evaluated this from a legal perspective. I have no legal opinion with respect to it. The housing authority is acting as a market participant. This is an item properly brought forth by the housing director by a housing authority meeting where they can take an appropriate action.
You only meet one more time. The deadline to vote yes or no to support us in terms of reducing the percentage is November the 10th. So you have one more meeting. You have enough time to decide, and I hope you look into those problems we're discussing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mayor, I have a public comment written from Kathy Stolken.
Okay.
It says, to the City Council of Port Hueneme, I've been a Port Hueneme resident for 22 years. I'm semi-retired, and for the last 3.5 years, I have worked driving new cars from the Port of Hueneme to the distributor. On October 6, 2022, I was driving a new vehicle eastbound on Hueneme Road from the port. After entering the intersection with Ventura Road, Surfside Drive on a green light, my vehicle was violently hit from the left. The other vehicle traveling westbound on Wainimi Road attempted to make a left turn in front of me onto Surfside Drive. I sustained damage to my left front and was injured, although not severely. I was hit so hard that the other vehicle was totaled. There are mandatory turn arrows at this intersection for north and southbound traffic, but none going east and west. I have personal knowledge this intersection has had many similar accidents. Checking police reports will confirm this. My goal is to prevent further accidents of this kind. I believe this can be accomplished by the City Council mandating the installation of the same turn arrows west and eastbound on Wainimi Road. Respectfully, Kathy Stolken. Another public comment from Andy M. Hello all, I have neighbors that will purposely put their trash bins outside to save parking spots. This is done all day, every day. You can see them moving the trash bins over once they take the spot they wanted. It happens on 2nd Street between B Street and A Street every week. This needs to stop. And the last public comment I have is from Kenny Paddock. Do I need to run for council and show you guys how to get things done? That concludes my public comment.
Okay.
There's already 8. It's a little late for this.
Okay. Just for the benefit of the public, we can't discuss these things as part of the council meeting. They have to go on to an agenda item later on, or staff will come back to us with a report on some of these things, but we're taking them seriously. Okay. May I have a motion and a second to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk, can you take a vote?
Councilmember Gama,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez.
I guess he's
Still
not
not
here
with
yet.
us. Okay, Mayor Rollins.
Yes.
That'll be 4-1. Mayor Pro Tem Martinez absent.
Okay. We are now moving to our first presentation, the Audubon Society presentation by Cynthia Hartley.
All right. This is going to be good.
All right, thank you for having me. I think I need a remote. Oh, it is? Okay, got it. Okay. All right, council members, I'm really happy to have a chance to present. There we go. So I'll start out real quickly describing who we are. Audubon was started 120 years ago in response to the feather trade when hundreds of thousands of water birds were being slaughtered for their feathers, and this was for hats and fashion. Since then, we've grown to about 500 chapters nationwide, mostly small local chapters that focus on local issues. And Ventura Audubon is our local organization, and we have a number of conservation priorities. What I'm going to talk about today is Ormond Beach, our shorebird recovery program, although we also do work on Hollywood. Those are two very different beaches. So here's a dashboard I created. This shows the nesting numbers we had this year. Snowy plovers and least terns nest on Ormond Beach. We had really good snowy plover nests. These were the most nests we've ever recorded in 20 years. More nests don't necessarily mean the birds are doing well. It means, and we did have a very high predation rate. So that can also mean that we have a lot of renesting. And least terns, I'm not going to talk about tonight just because we don't have time. But they didn't do so well this year. We usually don't get a lot of nests of least terns, and a small colony never does well. They have a lot of problems with predation. So some geography just to get all on the same page. Here is an aerial of Ormond Beach. North access is at Wainimi Beach. Right next to that is Ormond Lagoon. That's a really big important feature just over the border. And on the south end at Arnold Road is the other access. So this is 2 miles of beach that only has public access on the far end. So it's a pretty wild, remote beach, at least as far as Ventura County beaches are concerned. We have a lot of wildlife here. And of course, on the southern end, it's bounded by the Point Mugu fence. So these are our habitat fences. If anyone has ever walked Ormond Beach, you've seen these fences. It's a combination of a mesh, what we call mesh habitat fences. It makes a pretty good barrier. It prevents animals like dogs coming through and people. It's a pretty good barrier. And then in some places we use a post and cable, and I'm going to talk about this a little later because this has a lot of relevance to one of the nests I want to share. Right now, it doesn't look like this. We take the fences down on the tide line in the wintertime. We'll put them back up in about February. So here are nest locations from this year. The yellow dots represent snowy plovers. The blue diamonds are least terns. And so snowy plovers pretty much nest the whole beach. And the thing to note is down by the lagoon, there's a couple dots down there. This is new, and we have had this many years ago, like 10 years ago, we've had nesting down there, but then we had this period of time when we had a lot of homeless encampments along between the lagoon and the ocean. And there's no way the birds are going to nest when that's happening. Now the encampments have been cleared out, and they're coming back, and we had some nests this year, and there's one nest I really want to talk about. So, what we do, I pretty much talked about it, science. We do nest monitoring. I have federal and state permits to do this. Protection would be the fences. Education outreach, that's what I'm doing tonight, talking to you about this. One thing that we're doing right now that's really cool are trail cameras. So these are little cameras that I try to put on as many nests as I can. They're motion activated, they're there all the time. So we're essentially watching these nests 24/7. And we only check them physically once a week. So this really tells us what's going on while we're not there. And so I'm going to share a lot of trail camera video with you tonight. So I'm going to explain nesting through the story of some of these birds. So the first bird I want to talk about, I call her Athena because she's kind of a warrior queen. She's, if you look at her, she's, it's a little hard to tell on this screen, but she's got a big gash on her head. Somehow she got this laceration early in the season, and it did not stop her or slow her down. The other thing about her, and you really can't see it on this screen, but you guys up there might be able to see it. She has bands. She has little plastic bands on her legs, and they're unique to her. Her left leg, it's a tan band over silver. On the right leg, it's an orange band over white. So that's her unique code. We would call this NSOW. So with this information, I was able to submit it to our Snowy Plover Network, and we know that she hatched at Vandenberg in 2019. And she had 2 nests on Ormond Beach this year. So what I'm going to do with the video for her, it really shows what it is for a nesting snowy plover. So this is the camera on her nest. This is her mate, and they spend a lot of time just kind of doing housekeeping in front of their nest, especially in the beginning. This is Athena. You can tell by the gash on her head and her little bracelets that she's wearing. And if you look at the bottom, that's the timestamp from the camera that tells us when we're actually filming this. So that's her nest. It's kind of tucked underneath a beach burr plant. She has 3 eggs, and that's pretty normal. These eggs take 4 weeks to hatch. This is nighttime, and this is her mate. So the males sit on the nest at night and the females during the day. And they trade off just like clockwork. That's a horned lark, and these really have no harm to snowy plovers, but this little Athena does not want that bird anywhere near her nest. And this is a little hard to see what's going on. This is a wind event, and I often get asked, what happens to these birds in the wind? And you can barely see it, but she's hunkered down underneath that beach burr plant, and they hold on. They evolved for this environment, although we're really worried because windstorms could be getting worse. So this nest hatched. We didn't catch, for whatever reason, the camera didn't trigger. We know it hatched, and then we saw Athena 2 weeks later on another nest. And I got some really good sport camera video of her. This is Athena. You can tell by, you don't even have to see her bands. There's her little eggs underneath her. This was outside of the fences, and it made me really nervous, so I didn't put a good camera on it. This is my cheap camera that I'm not worried about getting stolen. We caught 2 of her chicks on camera. And I didn't catch her mate with the chicks, so I put this video in. This is another nest that hatched nearby. This is a male with the 3 little chicks, and this is what males do. They will take the chicks and raise them. The female goes off and has another nest, and that's exactly what Athena did in this case. So I put the wind videos in there because I wanted to address that because this is really relevant to the next nest I want to talk about. When there's these windstorms, if the bird is off the nest, that nest is going to get covered up, either covered up by sand and buried, or the eggs are going to get blown away. When we have 40-mile-per-hour winds, the bird has to be on that nest. And so this is an example of one last year. This was nest 17. That's exactly what happened to it. It was buried under a foot of sand. So the right picture is the one after I unburied it. And this is what I did. We actually have the option of taking eggs up to the Santa Barbara Zoo. They're able to rear the chicks and later release them. And we don't do this lightly. I have to convince Fish and Wildlife Service it's really necessary that this is the only option for the eggs. And I have to call the zoo and work it out with them, make sure they can take it. And if they say go and Fish and Wildlife says go, I get in my car and drive as fast as I can up to the zoo. And so that's what I did with these eggs. And they go in an incubator right away. And the picture on the right, the little guy with the shell, that is our first chick that hatched out up there. And on the left, that is the same bird. He's about a week old there. So when these guys hatch out, they're up and mobile in a couple hours. They feed themselves. They instinctively peck at little bugs. And in the back on the guy on the left, there's a little worm there, and that's what he eats. So this is a little video. This is the second stage. They're put in basically sweater boxes with heat lamps. And then once they're feathered out, they go into an outside run. This is a bunch of probably 4-week-old snowy plovers. They learn to forage and get adapted to outside. And then this picture on the bottom, that's a whole group of released birds waiting to go. In this case, we took them up to Coal Oil Point, which is in Goleta. That's a great beach for snowy plovers. There's lots of forage and lots of other snowy plovers. So the captive ones release and they join the flocks of the wild birds and they kind of learn from them. So the top middle picture and the right one, those were Ormond birds. In fact, that was from the exact nest that I had pictures of a couple slides ago. But the bird I really want to focus on is the one on the left. That's a bird from Oceano Dunes. That's how she ended up at the zoo. Her egg was buried just like the others. She's pink, yellow, green, aqua. And here she is on Ormond Beach. She actually had a nest on Ormond. So I'm going to illustrate with her story the lengths we go to try to protect these nests. This all started on Memorial Day. My outreach coordinator called me at 6:30 in the morning and woke me up, and she told me she had an egg on the beach and this banded bird was tending it. And this was the location. Let me do the zoom in. So this was right by the lagoon. It was next to a string of symbolic fencing on the outside of it. This is exactly where people walk. And I knew that we had to put a fence around this nest if we were going to protect it. And, you know, our goal is to get these nests not to go to the zoo, but to make it on their own. So I mobilized a group, and I think 4 of us were out there on the beach. In a couple hours, we gathered the materials we needed, and we put in a real simple wood post and rope fence. You can kind of see the rope, maybe not so well on this projector, but on your screens, you should be able to see it pretty well. There is our handiwork, and the nest is right there, kind of inside. And the thing we're going to talk about in a little bit is that's tide overwash. This nest was established during a high tide. It was a new moon. So I knew in 2 weeks we were going to have a really big tide. And at that point, we were just going to go with it and see how things went. I didn't know if this nest was going to make it for 2 weeks in this location. As I said before, it takes 4 weeks for them to hatch. And the first thing that happened, in 2 days, the rope was stolen. The top picture is the last image we have on the camera of the rope. This was like about 8 o'clock at night. The next morning, it was triggered by the Oxnard Polaris that went by. And you can actually see the bird on the nest. I don't have a circle around it, but she is watching that Polaris go by, and no rope. I was hoping the rope would last longer than 2 days, but I wasn't totally surprised. And there was really nothing we could do. So we just let this thing go with no rope. And it's impossible to see on this screen, but off to the left, there's kind of this like kind of ghostly figure. And we actually caught the guy on the camera who was stealing the robe about 10 o'clock at night, but nothing we could do about it. Okay, so this next video, this is very different from the last nest I showed you because of the location. Athena's nest was way in the middle of one of the fenced habitats, no humans. This one was right on the tide line. This is me replacing the camera. And it's unfortunate we don't have sound because she actually walked up and pecked the camera. So the camera set back. I tied it to one of the posts, so it's kind of far away from the nest, but I put a circle there around the nest. This bird was very tolerant of people, and she probably wouldn't have put her nest there if she wasn't. So we caught probably hundreds of people walking back and forth outside of the fencing with no rope. That's someone with a dog. You can't see it from here, but you can see the leash. She just watched them go by, and most people, you know, I'm so impressed and I'm so pleased how well people did for the most part, staying outside of the fences. This one did not, that one did not. We're really lucky that nest didn't get stepped on. That happened a few times. And there's an off-leash dog that came inside. This is Athena, or not Athena, sorry. This bird's name is Ariel, and she was fighting with the least tern there that was nesting. And again, wind. June was really late for a windstorm, but we had a lot of wind last year. Okay. So 2 weeks into this, high tides hit. We had to do something. I've never used sandbags before, but we tried it. That's in the pink striped shirt. That's Alicia, our outreach coordinator. She gathered a team. Surfrider donated bags, and our team made this berm out of sandbags. I checked it the next day, and the berm failed, so we were unable to protect the nest. What happened is it actually washed out. It washed one egg away entirely. Somehow this bird followed its eggs and was able to gather it together, and was still brooding it the next morning. So fortunately, I had my interns on the beach, and they're young, they're like 20. So what we decided to do was to move the sandbags. So this is like a real compressed sandbag moving operation. Those sandbags were 100 pounds each. So we moved these sandbags over to where we felt the tide was coming in. And this bird actually sat there almost the whole time on her nest watching us do this. And here's the fruits of our labor. We made a pretty good berm. And there she is going back to her nest. Okay, so that's sort of the story of all the disturbance and what she went through. Most of our nests, or not most, many of our nests fail. And unfortunately, her nest also failed because of a raven. Yes, after all of that work, this is what happened, and we caught it on camera. Most of our nests that fail are predated by ravens. This guy's actually teasing his own fledgling with that egg, making sure all the eggs are gone. They are so smart. They're scary smart, and they know the cameras. So the weird thing that happened when we discovered that it had been predated is there was this male. It's right next to that stick standing up, brooding on what we call a scrape. So it's a nest without eggs in it. And I was hoping it was Ariel's mate, and maybe they were going to have another nest. So we put a camera on it and inadvertently caught this video, which we were not expecting to catch. That's a motorcycle back there. It's the same motorcycle. He's just riding around in circles. We caught him a couple times. Oh my God. Nearly ran it over. Yeah, so that was a real frustrating time, but then it gets worse. We came back the next time and the camera was gone. So that was pretty much the end of that. I'm sorry to present you with this kind of depressing story, but you know, it's what happens out there. It's why we're there. Not every nest comes out like this. We did have another ATV out there. In fact, we had a volunteer who was watching Ariel's nest, and she caught this guy. He rode through, and he separated a male from his chicks. They survived. She was able to call the police. We never really were able to apprehend him. And the problem with these videos we're catching is we get a good look at the bike and the guy, but they have helmets on, and we can't identify them. So we weren't able to get any of these guys. So just to back up, we're doing all of this work. We talk a lot about California least terns and western snowy plovers, but it's really for all of the birds that share this ecosystem. And then we have the plants and the bugs and the reptiles. All of these are endangered, and they all share the same habitat. And here's a drone look at our fences. So inside the fence is where the birds are, where that's the nesting habitat. Outside, pretty much every inch of sand has been stepped on. So all of these animals that share this habitat, we're protecting it with these fences and with all of the things that we're doing. So we don't save every nest, but we do protect a lot of it. So as I'm wrapping up, parting thoughts, the off-roaders are a big concern. We get them pretty much every year, and every year it's kind of a different deal. But this year it seemed like a lot of them were coming up from Hueneme. And this drone image on the on the left, that's from a couple years ago. A group of motorcycles got onto Ormond. This time I don't think they came up from Hueneme. I think they came in through TNC property. This is in front of the power plant. And they rode back and forth, and they just tore it up. But fortunately, they weren't inside the habitat fences where the birds were nesting. If this did happen, and this is my worry, if they got inside the habitat fences, they could pretty much wipe out an entire nesting season in one weekend. So I don't really know what the answer is, but I'm hoping there's maybe a way I can build a dialogue with the city of Port Hueneme, or either the police or the lifeguards, or find some kind of way that, I don't know that we're going to apprehend these motorcycles, but if we could put some kind of pressure on them so it's not such an easy thing for them to get on the beach and get away with this. I did have a volunteer who intercepted a motorcycle in Lot C trying to get on the beach, and she talked him out of it. And then dogs. I talk a lot about dogs here when I come. This is what we do. We talk to dog owners. We are not able to enforce any kind of ordinances or give citations. So we try to explain the situation. And this is pictures from a brochure that we give out. And the picture on the right, that is a list of beaches where people can go. So we try to make it a positive conversation so we can give them an alternative somewhere else to go. Our stance on this is that, we're fine with dogs on the beach, and many of us on our team have dogs and are dog lovers, but we just don't want dogs on beaches where it's sensitive habitat. We have dog rangers. That's a program on Hollywood Beach where we actually ask dogs to take a pledge to protect birds, and it's gone over quite well. So I'll go through this pretty quick. I mean, we really just need to find a way to enforce dog ordinances that were put in place on Ormond Beach to protect birds. And then, of course, building partnerships. We have a volunteer program. I would love to get more Hueneme residents involved in that, because what we really need is eyes on the beach to catch things that are happening and to talk to people. Always looking for funding. And we're coming up with a new beach ecology class in the spring, kind of less of a commitment than beach naturalists. So we're always looking for people to join. If we could find a way to maybe partner with the city of Port Hueneme to get the word out and reach more residents, that would be great. Email for outreach, and then our website at the bottom. We had a federal fund this year that paid for everything we do, and donations to our Shorebird Recovery Program. So thank you to everybody. And I will take questions.
Questions?
I have comment and question.
Okay.
Okay.
Go for it.
Thank you, Ms. Hartley, so much for your presentation. And thank you, Joan, and the other members of the Audubon Society who've come to talk to us tonight. I've always thought that even though that stretch of beach is outside our jurisdiction, the city has a vested interest in seeing that it's protected. Our residents walk down that way, visitors come, and stay in our hotels and then walk down that way. And so the more we can do to protect that stretch of beach, the better. And I'm happy that we are arranging a purchase of, I think we're giving them about $1,000, the Audubon Society, out of the Community Benefit Fund. For the cameras, yes.
Awesome, thank you.
So, yeah, so that's coming, and I'm glad to do that, and I hope we can continue to support your efforts out there. I'm a amateur bird watcher, but a great enthusiast, and I'd like to work with you some more in making sure that we protect that area. What can we do in terms of signage if the off-road vehicles are coming off through Hueneme? Do you think more signage would help on our end to abate that problem?
I think it would help. I mean, it certainly couldn't hurt. I think though part of the problem is they just drive on and there's no consequence to it. So I mean, signage is always good because it also notifies, it kind of puts the word out to people who aren't even on motorcycles that they're not allowed. So it's kind of an education process that I think is good. I've always wondered if perhaps lifeguards could keep an eye out, and I'm just shooting in the dark here. Since they're there on the beach, I wonder if there's any way that they could just be made aware to kind of keep a lookout for this sort of thing. We've learned this with dog owners. I mean, most motorcycles are a little different, but for the most part, people want to do right. They just don't always know what that means. Right. And we've also learned at Arnold Road with Walter, his presence there, just kind of having someone out there to interact with and inform, and in extreme cases, call the police. And that's 1 in 100. It's not that often. As we saw from the video, for the most part, people are pretty good. I mean, I'm really impressed. So it's really about education, and we don't have enough volunteers on the beach to talk to people, and that's really what we need to push for.
Well, I'm working on my volunteer status. I have the field portion of the class to complete, and I promise I will do that. But I think if we can do something in the area of signage for both dogs and motor off-the-road vehicles, I think maybe staff, we could look at that, and my fellow city council members consider that when we look at the Community Benefit Fund to see if we can allocate more funding for signage. The off-road vehicles, do they have license plates?
If they're not street legal, if they're just dirt bikes, they don't have license plates, but they are supposed to have a little registration tag, and I believe it goes on the fork. I actually turned over the photographs to the Oxnard police, and they were able to identify the kind of bike. I mean, they can look at it and they know what it is, but they couldn't read the registration. And so without that, and without being able to see the face of the person driving it, there's little they can do. Yeah, it's frustrating.
All right. Well, we'll keep you on our radar and see what more we can do, but don't hesitate to ask if there's any particular needs that we can help you with.
Okay,
Thank
awesome.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. During our Saturday cleanup actually it was the day of Hueneme Beach cleanup, the first Saturday, I noticed thousands of least terns. I call it the least tern dance, and I thought it had something to do with their nesting habits, and I may be wrong, but they start gathering and then they fly out and they do a U-turn and they come back and they land. It's on my Facebook page if anybody wants to look at it, but there's thousands of them. What are they doing?
Well, I think those might have been elegant terns.
Okay, elegant terns.
Either elegant or royal.
They look very familiar to the California least tern.
They do. They're just a little bigger. California least terns leave in early August and they're gone. But we have been having large flocks of kind of a larger tern. So they're just roosting and resting and doing their thing. And
where are they headed to?
So these birds, they are wintering on our beaches. So they're hanging out. There's also probably even more over on the Mugu side. yeah, they're just kind of having a good time and chasing each other around and stretching their wings and taking a bath. So yeah, it's quite beautiful to watch.
It is. And then I can attest that most people want to do the right thing. We do a lot of interaction with, I mean, different people every Saturday and try to give them education. And I do very hopeful to see the respect for the fences. I think once they understand why they're there, except for the people that steal the ropes and stuff. But generally speaking, I think people want to do the right thing. And once they have the information, they do. One of the things that concerns me is our number one, the Halico site. Number two is we don't have a presence out there. And I got in trouble early on in being a city council member when I suggested perhaps we could come up with some kind of camping arrangement where nature respecting, loving people are paying money to populate the area and do the right thing and make some revenue to kind of make it sustainable. Because I think what you've pointed out to us is that with no active presence out there, anything goes. And we saw that a couple years ago. And I was just wondering your thoughts on that. And then just one more comment, because I know we're pressed for time. We got to work with the city of Oxnard on this. We really do have to collaborate because, we cross the border to pick up trash or remove the plastic and the styrofoam and all that to protect the birds. But we don't have a presence out there other than, people who walk and stuff. So I was just wondering what can we do as a city of Port Hueneme to get the conversation going with the city of Oxnard and hopefully the Audubon Society to really make the next level improvements that we can out there. Thank you.
So something like camping is a concern because ravens are attracted to human activity. So I would get pretty nervous about bringing in camping if we're looking like a camp host situation on the beach. Ravens are just incredibly attracted. They know that humans mean something good. And they follow, I have to be careful when I do nest monitoring not to walk directly to a nest because they will track me. And we know that they do that. You can see that they're really interested in our cameras. They know that's human activity. So, yeah, we do need more of a presence. We are working with the landowners. It's probably my next meeting is going to be with the Nature Conservancy and the Coastal Conservancy in the city of Oxnard. I'm going to present to them everything we're doing out there. And, it's difficult. Ormond is remote, and some of these things are a mile away from any access. And you're right, what we need is a presence. And that's why we're trying to beef up our volunteer program. Hopefully someday we'll have a land manager who will take it on. But in the meantime, we have to make it work.
Sometimes I have to call Joan to identify a bird, but we saw some ducks a while ago with a blue beak, and I was like, what? Crazy,
Betty ducks,
And then storks fly in, the white flying storks. Where do they come from?
That's probably egrets.
The big
Those are egrets. There's no storks.
Okay, is it a white pelican or is it?
There are white pelicans, and yeah. But anyway, we can talk birds later. But the lagoon's going to be amazing when that gets restored.
Okay.
It's just going to be amazing.
I look forward to it, and thank you so much. Always, this is inspirational, Misty.
Yeah. I just had, obviously volunteering is quite needed. From your cameras and stuff like that, where have been the most violations? Is it during the weekends, during the days? Is it late at night, early in the morning? If obviously we're never going to have enough volunteers to cover 24 hours a day, but if we were to advertise and focus, what would be the times that are most needed?
So, as far as times, always weekends, and the real problem area is the what I call the North Habitat. So that's the Nature Conservancy property. So it's that big habitat that's to the north of the power plant. That's where we get a lot of trespassing, people cutting through. That's where the homeless encampments have been. And it's people from these encampments that are crossing to the beach. So they don't go around the fences. They cut directly through them. They walk through the middle of the tern colony. We lost almost all of our tern nests to predators. We often do get nests vandalized. That didn't happen this year, but I think all that human activity back and forth through the tern nesting area. What's happening is the ravens and the crows are homing in on that. So probably having people just to keep an eye out with that. I am going to be talking to the Nature Conservancy. They are really interested in doing something. We need to beef up the fence in the back of that area. It's homeless encampments have been just devastating to these birds. It's crazy that we have these homeless encampments right next to 2 species of federally listed birds, and they're trying to coexist somehow, and the birds are losing.
Have you found that it's the homeless people that are destroying the nest, or is it because they're there, there's food, and the ravens are coming in, or?
It's kind of both. Trash from the homeless encampments attracts a lot of predators, and the crows are really bad back there when we have encampments. I have had homeless scavenge. They go through and they're just looking for anything they can use, and they often find my cameras. I usually lose, in that location, I lose like pretty much 3 cameras a year. And they've taken predator exclosures. I didn't talk about that, but that's a cage we put on nests to prevent ravens from eating the eggs. If you flip over a predator exclosure, it makes a great basket. So I've seen them do that, and they drag it off and they can put things in it. So yeah, it's crazy.
Because I was looking at the map, and a great amount of the nests are like, I'm going to guess way to the south or closer to the naval base.
Right. So
the
that's,
airport
yeah,
to go.
that's what I call the south habitat. We have a lot of plover nests down there, but most of the tern nests, crazy as it is, they nest right in that area where we get homeless crossing back and forth. But I think it's because it's close to the lagoon, so that's their food source. They catch fish from there, and terns have to feed their chicks fish.
And just one final, I was just amazed. You do a lot of saving of the birds that, where the nest. What is this? I'm just thinking survival rate. Are they put back into the wild? Are they? I mean, do their instincts pick up, or is that something that their parenting would have to pick up, or are they always going to be kind of kept like in some kind of a habitat different from the natural one?
So we have certain recovery goals. We need so many nesting birds, so much survival of fledglings, and that's what I do. Is I calculate this for Ormond Beach. We're actually fairly close, but we do intensively manage, and I think on a public beach situation, we always will need management, fences, all the things that we do. Places like the Navy bases, which are access restricted, those are a lot more wild. They have a lot more nests. So that's really the main nesting areas. It's really great with Ormond adjacent to Mugu. We get a lot of the birds coming over onto our side of the fence. And then as you go north, it just really thins out. So this location is pretty amazing, and we're close to our targets for breeding adults, and every year we've been getting closer and closer. So I think we're on the right track. It will always be a struggle when we have human recreation and sensitive species.
I noticed the fencing there, and while it looks like pretty portable fencing, or at least easily removed. I mean, is there a better plan to have really high fencing where birds could go, but people or dogs couldn't?
So we're working on that. This is all controlled by the Coastal Commission. We have to have permits to do this, and so they're very concerned that we don't build structures. So we are in the process of working out what kind of fencing they're agreeable to. What we're doing, has basically been grandfathered in since we've been doing it for so long. I don't. I hate fences. I don't want to put fences on the beach. Animals collide with them. It traps, larger animals in there. We try to fix our fences so that sea lions can just roll right underneath them, which they like to do. But we put the fences up there because people cross those barriers, and symbolic is really easy to get across. So, hopefully when we get more of a management presence, we can back off on some of this fencing when we have someone there more time to talk to people. So we're just doing what we can for now.
Well, thank you for providing us that report. I think the council as a whole, you can see, is very sensitive towards, saving as many birds in a natural environment that we can. So thank you.
Okay,
Thanks again.
thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay,
Sorry for the
thanks.
wait also.
That's fine.
Okay, we'll move into presentation number 2, the Great Shakeout presentation. Public Works Director Don Villafano.
May I have share the
Oh, there you
screen
go.
rates, please?
You have been granted access.
Okay.
Okay,
Gotta get share
Okay.
the screen here.
Stephen.
All right. Good evening, City Council.
Is there a way we
Mayor
can pick up
Rollins,
the
Can you,
volume of
can you
that?
see the screen or not?
And we can see the screen. I
We
can't
just
hear
can't hear
you.
you very well.
Okay, let me adjust my volume here. Is that better now?
Yes.
All right, tonight is the, let me do something here really quick. I want to get the, I'm going to stop sharing the screen for a second so I can make the full PowerPoint. All right. There we go. All right. Tonight, the Great Shakeout, California Shakeout, October 20th at 10:20 a.m. This is the annual earthquake preparation that we do. And go to the next slide. Okay, what is the Shakeout? California Shakeout is the annual statewide earthquake drill on the third Thursday of every October. Millions of people participate and they practice the drop, cover, and hold. Protect yourself from falling objects. These are pictures from New Zealand and also from the California-Mexico border from April of 2010. And falling objects are what hurt people in an earthquake. Protect yourself during an earthquake. If inside, stay inside. If outside, stay outside. Drop to the floor before an earthquake drops you. Take cover under a sturdy desk or table. Hold on to it firmly until shaking stops. Watch, drop, cover, and hold. Most people are injured in earthquakes by items falling on them. So get under something safe. Do not stand in a doorway. It does not protect you from falling items. And in strong shaking, you cannot stand. Why the shakeout is important. California is earthquake country. An earthquake can happen anytime. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when we'll have a major earthquake. Californians need to know and practice what to do during large earthquakes. You can see the map of California, and the red and yellow areas have strong frequency shaking. And in the lower left-hand corner, you can see the outline of Ventura County, and you can see that we are in the red zone. We're all in this together. What we do now determines what life will be afterwards. Get ready before the next earthquake, at home, work, and school. Secure your space, look around and see what may fall and secure it. Create an update plan with your family and coworkers. Learn first aid. Store earthquake emergency supplies, store water. It's recommended 1 gallon per person per day for at least 3 days. You should have food and water for 3 days and a fire extinguisher. The city of Port Hueneme is again registered for the Great Shakeout. It is October 20th at 10:20 a.m. This year, the city will be conducting what's called a level 1 drill at all city facilities. Level 1 is a simple drop, cover, and hold. In previous years, I've already distributed megaphones, and I'm going to be asking the managers at 10:20 on Thursday to announce that they're conducting a earthquake drill, and for everyone to drop, cover, and hold for a minute. And after that time period, the managers will announce the all clear signal. And informational posters were placed in various places around the city and at City Hall this week. Are there any questions?
Yeah, I have a quick question.
Sure.
Don, what was the level of participation last year?
We had good participation. We had some funny pictures sent in from the police department underneath their desk. We had there was good participation throughout the city.
All right. Well, I just want to thank you for always spearheading this effort every year. It's so important for us to understand the message of drop, cover, and hold on. We have many people in our community who don't know that, don't understand it, and then they take the wrong action when an earthquake occurs. And we haven't had the big one yet. It is coming. We need to be prepared and prepare our families, make sure we update our supply kit, and make sure we know what to do when the shaking starts. So thank you so much for keeping that on our radar. It needs to become secondhand nature to us when things like this happen, because when the shaking starts, people tend to panic, and then they don't do the right thing. So the constant communication of this message is so important. So I thank you for that.
Thank you. Any other questions?
No, thank you for the report. I know I personally had an experience when I first moved to Southern California. When we had an earthquake, I didn't know what to do. I didn't even know it was an earthquake. So it's a constant education. I think is really good so that people know what to do. So thank you.
Thank you.
We will now move to the consent calendar agenda. We will now consider items on the consent calendar, which will be enacted in one motion unless a council member has a request to remove an item for discussion. Do we have
Mayor,
any?
I'm sorry, I just wanted to note if you can have a consideration, there was a revised item on the agenda. It was a revision related to agenda item number 6, adoption of resolution amending the benefits and additional compensation for unrepresented executive management and management professional employees, which was identified following the posting and distribution of the October 17, 2022 agenda. An error in the exhibits of agenda item 6 has been identified. The number listed as the base annual salary for the recreation and ocean safety supervisor in exhibit B was transposed. It should be listed as $71,080.33 and not $71,008.33. Connected to this error, the monthly salary must be updated as well. Instead of $5,917.36 per month, the document should be corrected to state the monthly salary as $5,923.36 per month. These numbers served as the basis of Exhibit C and D, and the base salary amounts for the subject position should be updated as follows. For 2023, the monthly salary will be $6,160.29. The annual salary will be $73,923.54. And for 2024, the monthly salary will be $6,406.70. And the annual salary will be $76,880.48. So please consider to approve the consent calendar as revised.
Okay, so with the changes made, may I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, can we have a vote?
Councilmember Gama,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
and Mayor Rollins.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passed.
Okay. Let's see, we have. All right. Okay, so we will now move on to, there's no public hearings tonight. We'll move on to the business items. Number 7, professional service agreement with Hopkins Groundwater Consultants. Professional services, construction, observation, and documentation on the emergency water well 6A rehabilitation. Will staff make a report?
Good evening again, City Council, Mayor Rollins. This business item is to request authorization for a professional services agreement, a PSA, with Hopkins Groundwater Consultants for professional services, construction observation, and documentation of emergency water well rehabilitation of well 6A. And just to refresh the council's memory on our water wells, I'm going to do a quick PowerPoint presentation. So I'm going to again go to the PowerPoint here. All right. We have the City of Port Hueneme emergency water supply wells. These emergency water wells needed to be reactivated or destroyed. These wells provide emergency backup in the event of disruption to city water supplies. The state water project system has vulnerabilities. Oxnard Hueneme pipeline has capacity unless it is interrupted. And the city of Oxnard water system could not supply water if the state water project is interrupted. They do not have the well capacity. Let's see. The next slide here. Oops. Okay. These are the well locations. We have well 6A, which is on Channel Islands Boulevard, just up from Skunk Masters dispensary. Well 4A is in Bubbling Springs Park. And these are the emergency water supply logs. You can see that well 4A is at a depth of 1,200 feet. Well 6A was drilled in 1964 and has a depth of just over 1,100 feet. Water quality. The quality of these wells is fair and meets the Department of Drinking Water standards for secondary for backup. The total dissolved solids are fine for use in an emergency. As I said, we had a choice to destroy these wells or rehabilitate them. Well rehabilitation now versus new construction later, new well construction later. If we were to construct new wells based on present materials, labor costs would be $3.5 million per well or greater, depending on site logistics. The total estimated cost is $7 million per well for land acquisition, permitting, housing, piping, system intertie, electrical power, controls, well pump and motor. Existing well rehabilitation will cost $500,000 per well, plus new well pump equipment, electrical motor, estimated at $250,000 per well, and total estimated cost per wells $750,000. If we had opted to destroy the wells, it would have been $80,000 per well. The schedule would be 5 to 8 years for new wells, and that's even, we could even get a permit. But rehabilitation will take approximately 6 months, and to destroy the wells would only be about 4 months. And we do have online Curtis Hopkins with Hopkins Groundwater. And so are there any questions from the council?
Yes, Councilman Gama.
How long will it take to get these wells repaired and up and running, or up and waiting for the emergency?
Probably 6 to 8 months. We also have some additional items that we'd like to do. Right now, we don't have emergency generators, a way to hook up an emergency generator at both these wells. One of the things I would like to do is to, as a second capital project, provide a quick connect so that we can drive a generator up there and hook it up and then use the well. We also have to have a chlorine dosing device in there so that we can dose it with chlorine before it goes into the system. So those are some additional items, but certainly we anticipate within a year, we would have both wells up and available for an emergency situation.
And Don, once you have it done, where would the water be stored? Would it be piped over to Perkins Road in our water facility?
No, the wells are available. They'd be fired up. And since we have one at the north end and one at Bubbling Springs, we have an interconnect. It would be pumped directly into our water supply system. They'd be going directly into the pipes, distribution lines.
Director Villafana, I know I've sent you a lot of information on grants, and you probably received some on your own. Were there any that would qualify to help assist with funds for this?
I've got one staff member that I've asked to take a look at it, and he is researching it. I don't have an answer on that yet. We are looking into it to see what we can do.
Okay, thank you.
I had just two questions. You said that the water in the water well would be usable. How does it compare to the quality of the water that we have, both the land water and, say, the Calegus water that we use?
It's potable. I mean, it's drinkable water. It has to be dosed with chlorine. It's of a lower quality. Obviously, Cayugas water is state water, which is considered sweet water. And then United Water has less minerals than what this would have. But, this is an emergency supply. It meets the state standards. What we have to do is dose it with chlorine before we pump it into our lines.
How long a supply of water do these wells hold, like based on our current use? Would this be like a 5-day thing, a 5-week thing?
I'm going to defer that question to Curtis. Curtis, would you unmute your mic?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. Can you hear me?
Very good.
Yeah, the water is stored in the aquifer. Your city opted to be a good steward of the aquifer system, the basin management in years past, and you guys hooked up to the Hueneme pipeline, Oxnard-Hueneme pipeline, and you've been getting water from the forebay. Therefore, this area of the coast has somewhat recovered. And so whether it's 5 weeks or 5 months or, a year, that's a different question, so to speak. But there's water stored in the aquifer that is of good quality, sufficient for in emergency where you have no other supply and you want to keep your fire hydrants wet and your households sanitary. And I would say it is of comparable quality to what you're getting from United right now. It's the same groundwater system.
Okay, and then the other question, I noticed the big difference in price for providing new wells versus using, rehabilitating the existing ones. About how often do we have to rehabilitate them? I mean, is it like on a 5-year cycle, 10, 20-year cycle?
You'll want to disinfect, which means control bacterial growth and things that plug the well. But you won't have to do major rehabilitation because you're not stressing them. It's like, how often do you change the oil in your car? Well, do you drive at 100 mile an hour, et cetera? It's a matter of demand and usage on the wells. They have been sitting idle, so they do need to be cleaned out and restored. At that point, it becomes more of a routine, not like right now. This is a fairly major effort. It would be more of a routine maintenance once they're set up.
And once they're once they're rehabilitated, they are tested once a month and water samples are taken. So we continually keep them, check them and make sure they're operating so that they're there for that emergency. So it would be a minimum of 10 plus years, probably 20 plus years before anything like this would have to be done again.
Okay. Council.
Yes. Mr. Villafana, did we go out to bid on this project?
This project, well, this is a professional services agreement with, and let me read the,
I'm just, yes or no? I mean,
we did not have to for
Okay.
professional services.
Okay.
Professional services are exempt.
okay, thank you. And then, is it Mr. Hop? Is it Curtis Hop?
Hopkins. Hopkins.
Hopkins, okay. I'm just looking at your Earthlink address here. So you're based in Ventura? Is that
Correct.
Okay, so, and your professional staff, are they coming from outside the area or are they from Ventura?
No, we all live in Ventura County. Yes,
Okay.
we are local. We
Okay.
are local. That
I
is
was
correct.
just wondering why we're paying with the travel expenses. Are we talking about portal to portal travel expenses from their homes to the work site,
No, that would be from our office to the work site.
the office to the
And
work
we're-
site? Okay,
And we're with, it depends on traffic, but we're within 15 minutes.
okay. All right. And then, can you tell me what an expert witness is
Sure.
and why we need one for this?
No,
project?
I mean, you're asking, I'll be happy to answer. It is a person called on by the courts to render, and this is my opinion, not a definition by a lawyer, okay? To render a professional opinion on cases that have to do with water law in either quantity, quality, and I would say, unfortunately, I've had to do that several times.
Okay, so why do we need an expert witness on this particular project? Is that just a standard practice to bring on an expert witness for any project that you do?
I would ask why you're asking that question, because that sounds like it's from my resume that just says
No, it's
what
from
I.
your project fee schedule.
Oh,
And
so
I'm wondering why we,
Okay, hold on. Yeah, and Don, if you want to answer this, you can.
Right, let me answer this. What it is he gave a comprehensive, a fee schedule for services. And his expert witness work is not going to be part of this.
okay,
What's required is he is going to be overseeing, he is an expert that has worked with the GMA.
okay,
City of
yeah,
Denver.
I understand that. Yes, I get that. But I just don't see where the cost breakdown is on his proposal here. So that seems to be missing in the paperwork. So we only have a fee schedule, we don't have a cost breakdown for the
It's a not to
contract.
exceed, it's a not to exceed amount of 51,300 for oversight. So it's a not to exceed contract and it'll be on a,
Okay, all right,
a
thank you.
timing-
I have no more questions, thank you.
So I'm asking that the council authorize the city manager to execute a contract with Curtis Hopkins Groundwater Consultants Incorporated for a not to exceed amount of $51,300.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the contract as presented.
Second,
Okay, may we have a vote?
Councilmember Goma,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
yes.
Councilmember Perez.
Yes.
And Mayor Rollins.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay. Okay, the next item is awarding a contract to J&H Engineering General Contractors Incorporated to rehabilitate emergency standby well 6A.
Yes, this is the follow-up to that first item. And again, this is very apropos because this is for emergency. And, if there was a major earthquake and our water supply was disrupted, these are the wells that would provide water to the city. And it's recommended that the city council award a contract to J&H Engineering Contractors to rehabilitate emergency standby well 6A and authorize the city manager to execute the contract. The city of Port Hueneme has two infrastructure assets for emergency water supply, well 4A and 6A. The wells serve as emergency backup. And this is the rehabilitation of well 6A based on the plans and specifications put together by Curtis Hopkins. The city took advantage of the National Joint Powers Authority, NJPA, which competitively bid construction tasks with preset unit prices and specifications for general construction services, including materials, equipment, and labor costs. The California Code 6500 authorizes public agencies to participate in cooperative purchasing agreements like those established by the NJPA, while still remaining within the city's adopted rules and procedures for purchasing. A job walk was held. J&H Engineering General Contractors submitted a proposal in the amount of $352,377.77. Staff has reviewed this proposal and recommends award. There are sufficient funds in account number 441-6151661 to fund this project. This is all enterprise funds.
Okay. Any questions? No questions? Do we have a, then can we have yes, you have a question. Okay. To have before us a recommendation to award the contract to J&H Engineering General Contractors to rehabilitate emergency standby well 6A and to authorize the city manager to execute the contract. May I have a motion and a
Move to
second?
approve.
Move to approve, second.
I have a question, just a quick question
Okay.
on this. So we went out to bid on this, Mr. Villapana?
We used Sourcewell. Sourcewell is the NJPA. It's this has been vetted. Charlie Green vetted this. Kevin Spalding has vetted it. This is a process that's used by numerous jurisdictions. This is pre-bid specific items, so it meets the criteria of the California Public Contracting Code.
To clarify, this is a cooperative purchasing joint powers authority that basically formal bids, and since we piggyback on that award, this process has gone through competitive bidding sufficient to satisfy state law.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to clarify. Thank you. That's all.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Gama?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
And Mayor Rollins?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, at this point in time, we have city manager comments and reports.
Mayor, I do not have any material for you tonight.
Okay. We are now moving on to.
I have a question. I have a question though for staff. Let me. It's just a status on, let's see, what was it? Oh, I had a question on, any traffic, studies being done for Channel Islands Boulevard. Are you aware, are we doing any traffic studies for speeding on Channel Islands Boulevard and Surfside?
We do not have any specific traffic or speed studies going on right now, but we can activate them pretty quick if there's an interest in a particular area. We've done them several times over the past
Okay.
year.
And then the polyurethane plastics ordinance, what's the status on that?
I'll defer to our city attorney.
Okay, thanks.
It is in the process of being drafted.
Okay. Any ETA?
It was anticipated sometime during this month, but a lot of things have changed.
I understand. Okay, thank you.
At this point in time, we'll have council reports and comments.
Thank you, Mayor Rollins. I'll take this opportunity to go. I've been monitoring my phone up here. I was with my mom in the emergency room at St. John's Hospital before this meeting, and I've been monitoring her progression getting home, so I just wanted to make mention of that. I noticed that we still haven't got started on the Reeds abatement project. I was wondering if that's coming, because I know there's a lot of mosquitoes, stagnant water down in Bubbling Springs, and there's some comments made about that.
There is a start date. I think we sent that out to council. Mr. Villafana may have an exact date. I think it's the first week in November.
I thought we passed already.
It is November 3rd.
November 3rd. I've been monitoring the dredge. I have a very unique vantage point at my work, and it's really interesting to watch it from this perspective on a daily basis. I've been taking daily updates and posting it on my Facebook account if anyone's interested. But one of the things that this council has done over the last couple of years, 3 years actually, 4 years almost now, is we started a sand summit, and I think what we have done is beginning to pay off. And just to give you a little insight, one of the things that I've learned about through this process, through the teaching of Dr. Kiki Patch from the California State University at Channel Islands, she's the oceanographer, I believe, is the littoral transport of sand south. And so today was the beginning of the third week of the dredge operation, and the pipe was moved about 30 yards today for the first time. So in the first 3 weeks of this dredge process, the pipe hasn't moved, but you could see the transport of the sand south by Mother Nature. And so it's really, really awesome to be able to watch Mother Nature do most of the work in moving the sand south to provide a protective barrier in front of our rock revetment there that protects the port. So it just reminds me and our council and our staff of the fact that we have to stay on the federal government. We have to mimic Mother Nature to sustain Hueneme Beach into the future. And then as I was listening to Ormond Beach and Audubon Society, the sand that gets delivered at the top of Hueneme Beach, it transports south, and so it protects Ormond Beach, and it would give more protection to the high tides. And so we're playing catch up. Over the last 30 to 40 years, we developed a 30 million cubic yard deficit of sand, and the sand is building up over there at Hollywood Beach. And if you go to Hollywood Beach, you notice that the beach is huge, and that's the sand that would have been destined to Hueneme Beach had the port of Hueneme not disrupted it. So this is a process that happens every 2 years. And if you get a chance to go out there and take a look or look at my Facebook account, you could see it happening on a daily basis. It's really fascinating. It's just an amazing feat of technology and engineering that's happening. And so far, it's going really well. I mean, it's going without a hitch, as they say. I'm a little concerned about our ability to bring items to the agenda. And I don't know, Mr. City Attorney, if we have an accounting of how many items that the council has voted on to bring to a future agenda. And I know that there's that caveat, a future agenda, but the list in my head is getting quite large. For example, I know that we've asked 3 or 4 times to talk about our parking policy and the way we go about our enforcement of parking rules and regulations. And I know that it's been voted on, I think, 2 or 3 times, and we haven't. So do we have a mechanism to keep track of all those items that we've approved to be on an agenda?
Yeah, my understanding is that staff tracks those items. That's I haven't been the one tracking it, but there is a tracking sheet that's kept by city executive staff, and those items are tracked and talked about during ELT.
But
I don't know the status of that particular item offhand.
There is what we call an action tracker, which captures any item that is requested, but there are also things that, even though they're not asked for in this meeting, if it's an interest area, we include that in the action tracker and we track that. With respect to parking, although we provided several parking and stormwater briefs, the request that was asked for had to do with street sign shifts, so you can do 1 or 2 sides. So the analysis that goes into is actually fairly comprehensive, and so we're still working out those details.
Yeah, my recollection was we wanted to talk about the entire policy and the way we go about parking enforcement. So, and then I'll save this for our agenda setting.
My turn? Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a number of items here. I just wanted to share with the council and staff that I went to the swearing in of our new board supervisor, Vianney Lopez, and spoke on the city's behalf in welcoming her to the 5th District. She'll be our new board supervisor, and hopefully we'll have an opportunity to have her come and speak to us and tell us what's going on in the 5th District, and share with her ways that she will help us and hopefully, you know, I know she's going to do well. She's been doing well, and I'm just really pleased to see her up at the dais, and I'm very proud that she stepped in and is filling the spot that was left vacant by Carmen Ramirez. I did attend Carmen Ramirez's memorial on Saturday. It was a beautiful ceremony, great speakers, very powerful speakers, and the message of the takeaway was that we all have a responsibility to carry on her legacy in protecting our environment and advocating for people who don't have a voice, and supporting regional collaboration. So I hope that we can all remember Carmen in that way, and remember that she left us work yet to be done. Let's see, I also attended a memorial service for a member of our community who passed away. Her name is Karen Scanlon. She was a Hueneme resident who moved away to Hawaii. She passed away due to brain cancer. I worked with her when I was with the county, and it was she went to Hueneme school. She was on the rowing team, and just a beautiful lady all the way around. And so I'd like to ask the council to adjourn in her memory. Sunday, I attended the 58-year celebration of the Baptist Evangelical Missionary Church. I want to congratulate them publicly for their 58 years of service to this community, their presence in this community. They're going strong. It's a beautiful congregation, I enjoy going to church there whenever I can, which is unfortunately not too often. But I want just to offer publicly the congratulations on their 58 years. And also want to thank the Friends of Port Hueneme Library for hosting the high tea on Sunday. It was a great event, well attended, and just a really pleasant time for us to get together and enjoy some tea and some good eats. So it was a good event, so thank you. Bobby and I have, I should say Councilman Martinez and I have talked about the Sister City program, and there is a planned trip to Puerto Vallarta in December, so it looks like I'll be going in his place for a few days. I can't go the entire 9 days. I have no idea what they have planned for 9 days. I think that's kind of too long time for me, but I will probably be able to attend the first days of that event, so I'll be submitting paperwork for that. Other than that, I do have some concerns about the traffic on Channel Islands Boulevard and the accidents that seem to keep occurring on Boker and Channel Islands, and then the donut makers on Surfside too, that we heard from Kathy Sorkin, I think, whose car was in an accident. I think that happened on Surfside. So if there's something that we can do in that area, I'd like staff to please look into that. Other than that, that's all I have. Thank you.
Just a couple things on the traffic study. I'd want to get some kind of update soon. I know there was a discussion in the past about how we would be handling the street cleaning, and that we would be picking certain sample streets to be able to have it so people could park on one side or the other, because there's 4 or 5, 6 blocks in some cases where you can't park anywhere for a long period of time, you know, during the street sweeping. And a lot of people don't have, especially with the new regulations coming up where new housing is not going to require to have one parking spot per one location. Like, I think we need to kind of look into modifying it to make it better for the public to be able to park and do their, so. The other, I also went to the library tea. Congratulations to the Friends of the library, I think they raised over $5,000 this time, which was very, very good. And it was well attended by, I think, at least, most of the council people. So that was good. Let's see what else. That's it. That's it. They had last Wednesday. They had a clean air demonstration at Gold Coast where people could come to the general public and try, get to see the new hydrogen buses that they're bringing in and the various different things that they're doing to help save, to provide cleaner transportation and also how to access that transportation in an easy way. So that was a good thing. Other than that, those are my report. Okay. With that in motion, let's see, pardon me? Okay, we're now going to move into requests for future agenda items.
I would like to get a staff report to explore ideas on possibility of a fixed turn lane on Hueneme and Ventura Road. I think the lady who wrote in that was the location she was talking about. So I guess we need to vote on that?
Yeah.
A fixed turn lane?
A fixed turn
Yeah.
lane.
Yeah, that's where.
And my understanding is,
Councilmember Perez, could you tell me the location you're talking about?
Hueneme and Ventura?
Okay, all right.
yeah,
May I suggest that we combine two items for a future agenda that has to do with traffic? I know that with regards to Channel Islands, it seems to me, and I'm not an engineer, is that there could be synchronized lighting, stoplights, so that
Sure.
we could get people moving. So could we maybe amend your agenda item to
include Channel Islands?
to have an overall talk about where we go traffic wise?
I have a feeling, and we can add that, but I have a feeling there's a whole host of different things regarding traffic that we should probably address in one report.
Yeah, we need a speeding campaign, anti-speeding campaign of some sort. I think we need to look at this more broadly.
Yeah.
Well,
we need to
that's what
do
I'm
that.
trying to suggest,
Okay,
yeah.
so then I will
Yeah.
amend my motion to include a traffic or speeding study in all of the areas that are of at issue.
Second.
Okay,
In a second, or
vote?
Councilmember Perez,
yes.
Councilmember Gama,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Rollins.
Yes.
I have another one. I'd like to get an update on what is going on. I know there's a lot of issues with Surfside Motel issue. Maybe just to get an update as to what's happening with that. Any
Progress.
yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
Second, absolutely.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Gama,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
and Mayor Rollins.
Yes.
And I have one final. I'd like to get an update on how our dispensaries are doing. I know it's been a while. Are they on track with their projections that they anticipated, on time with deposits, and what's the general outlook of that?
Your request is specific to their financial obligations?
Yeah, and what they are, I know they had a projection of what they expected to get in. Is that on track?
As
Is it-
part of their entitlement?
Yeah.
And, okay.
I'd like to kind of add an addendum with that report. I know that part of the agreement is that they're supposed to give 1% back to, to the nonprofit of their choice.
Okay, so
And
an
I've never really gotten a real clear idea as to where they're giving it on an annual or regular basis. I'm sure they are. It's just I haven't gotten that.
We
report.
provided that update before. I just want to clarify so that we make sure we cover all the things. It's basically a cannabis business financial obligations and their community benefit fund participation.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So motion. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Just because we're doing teleconference, I'm just gonna do a roll call.
Okay.
So Councilmember Gama,
Yes.
Mayor Rollins,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes.
And Mayor Perez.
Yes.
Sorry, Councilmember Perez. Thank you.
I would like to have on the next agenda the Hideaway situation. We have 9 units there that we own, and how are we, I mean,
That's a housing authority matter, and I've reached out to the director of the housing authority to try to get that on the housing authority agenda. That item is not before the city council.
okay, but we are the housing authority, so do we,
But you're
can
not,
we?
it's going to be brought before the housing authority at the option of the.
Okay, then
of
I'm
the-
going to amend my request for an agenda item. I would like an agenda item for us to discuss the merits of the city owning 9 units in the Hideaway. The housing authority does. Okay, so
I
the
don't know.
housing authority, we don't have a method to request items on the agenda for the housing authority?
No, we can, and the point is that would be appropriate at the housing authority meeting. We're not sitting as the housing authority right now. So what I've told you is that I've reached out to Ms. Basua, the executive director, about having such an agenda item, and I know the city manager has as well. Since she is the director of the housing authority, it would be incumbent upon her to bring a meeting. So your message is being relayed, but this is not the appropriate body to bring that motion to.
My
I'm
understanding
gonna
is that she's waiting for the ballots to be sent out, and she's going to come with a closed session.
And part of it may be it may be part of this. I just want to make sure I got it right. One of the correct requests tonight was that there be a limit to the amount of rentals in that area. Now, I know we have by law or through the housing managed, like certain amount that are already been approved, but then over and above that, what I was getting to is, are they able to limit it over and above the existing rentals that, or they are supposed to follow through with?
No, that's without getting too far into it, that's a relatively recent amendment to California state law that allows them to cap the number of rental units at an HOA. And all they're seeking to do is in essence, exercise their rights under California Common Interest Development Law. And because the housing authority owns the properties, the housing authority gets to vote as an owner of the property for purposes of the HOA in order to allow the HOA to restrict that. Because the HOA owns 9 properties, they essentially get 9 votes.
Right.
And there needs to be a 2/3 vote.
Should
So
there,
that's the concern.
and that's kind of like the question in my mind, should there not be a discussion of the housing authority representatives?
There will be a discussion when the housing authority is sat.
And as members of the housing authority, can we ask the director for specific items to be placed on the agenda, or do we?
Absolutely, and it's already been requested by city executive staff and
We actually have a targeted date of 7 November. I'm just going to make sure with the director that she's ready to present and engage with the housing authority on that date.
Yeah, I just want to voice a little concern that, people come approach us and we're like caught off guard, don't even know where this is coming from.
And we're probably discussing it. But no, I wanted to bring this up. Thank you, though. What I wanted to get an understanding is who actually makes the votes for that 8. Is it the housing manager on behalf of the city, or is it us as members of the housing agency?
it would be you sitting as the housing agency with the represented members of the housing authority who are not present here.
Okay. Okay. So,
Sorry for an agenda. I know for years past that the city had contracted with the landscape company for Hueneme Bay to maintain the mediums, and I know that that was stopped. So I would like an agenda item where we could hear from staff, discuss it, and maybe try to consider a better, safer way forward, less costly way forward. I'm giving a speech, but I'm just supposed to ask for
So you-
an agenda item to consider
Just an
how we
update.
manage the mediums.
Yeah.
Not an update, I
So-
want an
so-
action item.
Okay. So a future agenda
it is.
item on the Wainimi Bay landscaping and what the progress of that has been and what we're doing and what we're planning to do.
Okay, so I think, Mayor, what we're getting at is landscaping options to fulfill the obligations of landscape on the medians at Wainimi Bay. You want to look at options, not just a particular.
Yes, that's what
Okay.
I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll second that.
You know, I guess that we should make comments before we make a request for an agenda item, because I mean, I guess I should have used my time on comments to say, hey, I'm going to be making this request, because we don't get to.
It's appropriate to explain the agenda item prior to making the motion. What's prohibited by the Brown Act is each of you discussing it with each other.
Okay, so let me try this real quickly. It's my belief that when we send a landscaper over to the medium with a lawnmower on the back of a trailer, that it's an inefficient use of our time. And it might be better for the city, more financially, fiscally prudent, to contract it with the on-site landscaper over there who has all the equipment there. So that's kind of the agenda item that I want.
And so your agenda item would be, you want a business item to discuss that option.
That possible action.
Is there a second?
Well, would I have to make it more
No.
broad?
The motion's the motion stated. Right now, it's failed for lack of a second.
Okay, second.
Okay, Councilmember Gama,
Yes.
Mayor Rollins,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez, and Councilmember Perez.
Okay, I would like to adjourn this meeting at 8:40.
Mayor,
I'm sorry.
we are recessing back into closed session.
Okay, so we recess, okay. So then I'd like to recess the main meeting, I guess, at 8:42, and then we adjourn back to closed session.
We will recess to closed session where the city council will consider the last three remaining closed session items. One is conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. The description was read earlier and it's present on the agenda. The third item is public employee discipline dismissal release for the city manager. And the last item is public employee appointment, once again, city manager with potential interim. Following closed session, we will we will reconvene the regular meeting where reporting out requirements will take place.
Okay.
Dean, you probably don't want to stick around and wait while we're in closed session, but you can always watch on Zoom what the results from the closed session meeting are, if any. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Yes. They're going back into regular session now.
Okay. That sounds good.
So let's see what. Okay, so we've come out of closed session. Were there, City Attorney, were there any reportable actions?
Yes, there were two reportable actions. The first one being with respect to item B, conference with legal counsel, re-anticipated litigation. The City of Port Hueneme and the City of Oxnard have entered into a final settlement agreement concerning the general release of claims against one another and setting forth a performance schedule such that certain wastewater disputes will not arise again in the future. With respect to with closed session item C, there was with respect to item B, the vote was unanimous with all council members in favor. With respect to item C, there was action to not renew the employment contract of the city manager, which is set to expire, I believe, February 18th, 2023. The vote count on that was 4-1 in favor, with Councilmember Hernandez voting no.
And, okay, so then we can adjourn the meeting.
Yeah, and with respect to the last item, public employee appointment, no action was taken on that.